Alright, what's up, everybody? Alright, we're on our Splunking map. Iron Teeth, Timberborn, and we're in cycle 25, and we have a 20-day drought that is hitting us. So, we got a few things that we need to kind of go over. While I was waiting for the stream to start, I came in, added another 3 levels to this, along with some stairs and all the other stuff to get some TNT in here to kind of even this out. So hopefully we can get that kind of squared away in some aspects. I want to get over here eventually and kind of flatten this area out so that then we can grow another tree farm over here, because I think that would help us to some aspects, and then hopefully get our water problems under somewhat of a controlled setting. I'm gonna put this here, and then that needs 3, so if we come over something like this, then we can do that, and then we should be able to build one more and duplicate that, and just like that. My hope is that eventually we'll be in a much better spot to like control water now that we're building somewhat of a dam piece to get this kind of fluctuating. That is not annoying. Right now I am going to pause the number cruncher just because, well, I don't need that going while we have low power standards. Supply, we're at 13. We're just kind of barely putting in enough to kind of keep everything kind of moving, so I don't want to jeopardize that too terribly much. And then this one we can actually just pause because we don't need that at this current point in time. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff that we're trying to build right now, obviously, and I want to make sure that we kind of keep our water up so everything stays going. We do have a little bit to draw from, so hopefully this will last us a fair little bit. And then if we can also get the dam up a little bit higher and then start building this side up, then we should be in a pretty good spot eventually to make that go even better. Yeah, we are short on some beavers, but our population is slowly climbing back up. That was kind of an issue that we did have, but yeah, we're going to collect this up so I can get this going, and then we'll figure that out. And I'm thinking we could put some sort of platform, like if we did this or even the smaller one, which would be as much as we'd need, and then just kind of goat it along this line right here, and then we can dig a hole over here to some aspect and then get this green, and we could probably end up putting like some sort of tree farm over here and then just have this supply from that. But we'd have to put in some sluices because I'd want this to be a lot lower than the top piece, just so that we'd have access to it being continuously flowing. So those are the kind of the ideas, and then I do want to start collecting dirt So we have options as far as like where we're going to put things. All right, we have this engine, that's 400. That's 400. So we have 800 on demand. And this is a bad time to look at this because everything went dead. All right, let's wait for, all right, so we have the 800 demand, we're at 500. Let's get everything, because I'm seeing whether or not I need these 2 beavers here. I would kind of expect we would supply, because we're at the bare minimum we're getting 800. If we had this filled up, yeah, that's okay. All right, food's looking good. Water's kind of the questionable spot here, but hopefully we have enough to do what we need. That's at least my hope. And then we got to kind of wait for everything to kind of filter in. I'm gonna go ahead, unlock this one, because why not? One. Alright, so if we did a 3, that would be right where I'd want it to be. Oh. So we would need this to be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe. Let's see how well this works out. Of course. Delete that. They got other things to worry about, so I don't have to worry about them actually. 1, 2. I'm gonna put 2 of them down just so I can figure this out. Alright, so we don't need this one. I found out when you're building, if you do turn on the grid, it makes it a little bit simpler. That's not what I wanted. Oh my. Delete that. Alright, 1. I think if we put it there, yes. And then this is where it gets a little bit complicated. How do I want to do this? How do you want to do this? Because I need you to make a hard right turn. So if we build something like that. And then if we come over here, I think that would do it. Penetrable floors. All right, I think we did that. All right, and then I like the way this is looking. This is gonna be a crazy build though. And then I'm gonna need it to go a little bit further. Nope. I think right here, maybe. Nope. One back off the road. Somewhere right there. And then we can have it drop right here. And then there we go. And then that'll work. So we'll get this built and then I'll open up a sluice right here. And yeah. And then I might be able to do these guys have water pumpers? They do. So maximum depth is 8 down. So if this turns out to be the perfect size, then this would actually go all the way to the bottom. And the only problem is then I'd need power to kind of supply it to the top. But this is an idea. We need 700 power, which would basically be 2 engines. And we could build those somewhere over here and then have it pump into here. And then we'll have some sort of weird diversion thing going so that everywhere gets water. And that should work out fairly good. Yeah. I think that'll work. Oh no. How much water do we have? 1.3. We have 10 days. How much water do we have? We still have a pretty good amount in there. Yeah, that'll be a pretty fun build once we get that going. Obviously, we have other things that we're trying to build and trying to kind of upkeep and do all that fun jazz. So it takes us a minute to get going. They're going to build the staircase first to get that. Sorry, I took medication. I'm in so much pain right now. So I'm waiting for that to kind of kick in for me. But anyway, yeah, we're getting that built. That's the centrifuge. And we do not have enough power to keep that going. Are these guys pumping? No, they're not. There we go. That helps that out. We do have quite a bit of bad water. What's the max amount we can have? 600. Just make that on. There we go. All right, so we are pumping. That will be useful. So when we have this going, let's go ahead and make a small storage thing over here of bad water. And then we'll hit obtain. We're still pumping water. Okay, those are full. I'm pause both of you. Alright, everything's looking good. Oh, man. And then we'll let these collect up. Ouch. That's Harbor Freight. Put that over on the side, let that kind of do what it's got to do. We're gathering, they're doing the TNT right now. We got to get extract going, and I'm going to wait the 8 days to kind of take care of that. But it looks like we did have enough water even with... Do we have any pumpers pumping right now? Everybody looks pause. Alright, so everybody does look like they are paused, which kind of sucks, but we're doing okay. We have 100 more water than the days, so we should be good on that aspect. Food, not looking too terribly bad. We are going to have to start growing our power. Batteries look like a good option. Just need to find some place to put them that would connect to what we already have going. Because we're starting to stuff this map as much as humanly possible. Once we get at least to this point, I will build stairs so they can come down here, because they'll be able to build the platforms, but they won't be able to build the overhang part of it. They'll be able to build these, but not this. And then we can get that going. And then we'll start doing the extract, so then we can get rid of the baby beavers. Yeah, we're closing in on the 600 pretty quickly. Let's play you. How much water do I have left? It looks like I still have a brick down here. So we should be okay. I'm going to release a little bit more water in here, just to kind of keep everything hydrated a little bit. And then we're working on building our population, because we have canola seed, soybeans, and eggplants. Do you do that's why. So I need the oil press, which needs 50 HP, which is not a whole heck of a lot. And we can put that there. And then I'm going to come over here to power. And then I'm going to put another one right there. And then that will help us kind of get the oil press going just a little bit, so we actually have some stuff to kind of take care of. And then come over here, put TNT. Actually, we're just going to blow up that whole corner. Might as well play both of you. How are we doing? Alright, yeah, we might as well get as much metal as we can get out of this area, get that cleared up, because then we can come in with TNT, kind of get this on a flat ground, and then obviously deal with what we need on that aspect. I mean, I like kind of where our stuff looks like. This one kind of sucks, but that's also a new one. And I don't think we... yeah, we're not growing as much of that as I'd like. Um, 300. We're going the wrong way, ladies and gents. We're going the wrong way. But like I said, we'll get this built. Hopefully that will then help us kind of take care of this area to some aspects, because then we're able to, yeah, hold more, do more, and that makes all the difference in the world. I'll need to figure out what to do with this. Yeah. 2 days. Oh, we're stretching it really, really close here. Just do what you can there, get that taken care of, so we can go from there. Let's unlock that. Housing is somewhere over here. So if we come over here, let's do 2. Nope. Oh no. Hold on, hold on, hold on. A lot of stuff's going on right now. Monument. Alright, we got 2 days, 100 water. Not the most ideal scenario, but copy that. Alright, so hopefully, because this wasn't, I don't think this was actually full. It's been a minute since we played this, so we're just going to try to get through this and then figure out life from there. I'm not going, actually I'm going to play you right now, and then I'm going to play you right now, because we're about to run out of water, and then we're about to have a whole bad water droplet scenario. We have enough food, we have enough backup to food, so this shouldn't be that big of a problem. If we can keep all this green for that day, then we're good. Alright, I think we need... Pause you. High priority that. And then I'm gonna put a house right here. Alright, and everybody should start pumping, which is going to make everybody's life a lot easier. There we go. Everything turns green. Don't know why you guys aren't pumping. There we go. Okay, you guys started pumping. Everybody's replanting. That's great. You guys are going to do that. We have 2 open jobs, which is fine. If I come down here, bam, bam. Now everybody has a job. And there we go. Life is looking so much better for all of our beavers. All right. How much power? We're not doing too bad. Yeah, sometimes you gotta hate the water mechanics because they just act really, really weird. But yeah, we got a good amount of water now stored up. I don't know how much this is going to be, but we do have it. And we just, yeah. We should have enough pumpers. This should be more than enough to give us what we need. Minus, put you to 1. Because I need you for the engines. Alright, we're going up. We have 4 extra beef. I don't know if that's going to give it. Of course. Of course. All right. Give me a second. Alright, so everything's on the up and up. This is not going to be enough water for us to survive whatever is about to come out this way. So we will have power though. Let's hook that up so we have the extra little bit there. Yeah, if I could get, we might have to come over here and then get rid of these trees so then we can build up here and then add another offset to right there so that then it just flows straight off here. But that should work relatively well, I think. And then obviously we'll get this last road built, and then during the whatever the bad tide, hopefully we can get this segment built, and then that will definitely go up. Alright, sweetness. I can play this because we're going to have more than enough power with these three flowing. 21 days. That's going to be rough. You're pumping, which is what I need. And then that gives me 3 pumpers over here. Alright, we should be good. That's not what I want to do. And then once this falls below the amount, then we should be... I'll delete this. We'll delete this and we'll start building that. Alright, we can get rid of that. Yes. Yes. And delete that one as well. We have a spare beaver, might as well go in here. And then back to 3 times speed, so we're doing what we need to do over here. We are making a little bit of extract. We do have more than enough to do what we are doing right there, but I need this to go drop below the level so then we can take care of that. Come to buildings. Alright, we do have a sluice in here. Alright. Alright, we got that going. And then we'll destroy it down to here to put, or we might not even need to. I might just put a, that water pump thing. Alright. Looking good here, looking good here. Managing the crisis mode. How much power are we producing? Well over enough. well over enough. And then we're about done with this. Once we finish these two, I'm going to delete this and then let us collect the extract that we need, because that's still taking us a minute because, well, we don't have the population for it. And then we get that done, and then we'll be able to just, yeah. How many do I need to go up? It will be 3. So come over here. And we'll do that. Now let's kick it into 1 time speed. Then we're going to come over here. Destroy all of this. And then I want this to be built. And where are we at on water level? Okay, we're good there. Now let's destroy that. Destroy that. And then put these 2 here. Actually, gotta figure this out. Alright, now let's fast time all this. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of wood. How are we doing on that? Alright, we're full on this, so if actually we do this, get both of those built, then I can have these 2 extra beavers at least cut down these trees. Once all these trees are done, then I can come in and have them take care of that. Did I build? Yes, I did build that. And then now we're able to actually get extract because we can't use it at this current point in time until we start getting up here, and that's fine. We'll get this built. Okay, hold on. There we go. Cut those down. 3 times speed. Let's start moving with a purpose. And then once he cuts down all these trees, I'm going to play the forester. Then we'll get all these things back again. Because at this point, oh, we have a free beaver. Let's play that. We have a couple of free beavers. I have no idea what just happened there, but I'm glad it did. Alright, then we can come down over here, and then I'm put this back down to neutral. Yeah, this one might be a little bit tighter. Just because it took us so long to actually get water going. And apparently this is not enough. But we did have, I feel like we had a shorter cycle, but yeah, anyway, we build this up to 3. We're not going to have any problems with storing water and getting this kind of set up. I think my issue is I started this a little bit late, building some sort of dam, because I thought we would be able to survive certain problems and whatnot, and it just turns out that I might have been wrong in that aspect. Which happens. How much power are we producing? What if I paused both of you? Yeah, I think that these are going to produce enough power that we don't need these actually rolling. So we will let those go and see how that works for us. Because I have no doubt in my mind that we can get this section built and taken care of in the amount of time that we have right here. My problem that I am feeling like we're going to run into is that we don't have enough water to maintain this kind of time period. But we can get down here, destroy all this land piece and everything like that. That'd give us more water. Obviously I'd rather have this built and taken care of than anything else, so that's kind of what we're doing. And then extracts going up, TNT's going up, which is great because that gives us, that's given us time to actually build the items we need and get those taken care of. But yeah, I want to do another tree farm somewhere over here and maybe have this whole thing a tree farm so we can obviously grow more wood. I mean, having 600 isn't bad. That isn't a, that's a pretty, good chunk of logs there. And then especially if we stop building such large dams and having a large amount of wood being used to kind of help facilitate that, then we should be in a good spot. Did we end up building it? Not yet. Not yet, which is okay. I'm okay with that. We are gathering a lot of other resources. If I remember correctly, I feel like for eggplant, yep, we need canola oil. So we are going to need to watch out for that. I'm going to need to get that going before I even try to start doing other things, but the fact that we have this much food, we should be good. Um, I think it's 3 and 3. How was I going to do this? Oil press. Put that back one. Yeah. I like putting it back one more. Alright, cool. Alright, so then I'm going to come in over here, do this. And then if we come over here to storage, big tank. And that won't work because I need it right there. So what we can do is delete this, yes, and then path that out. There we go. Come over here to storage. I need that. And then if we come over here, and then that still connects, and then everybody's happy. All right, good deal. We aren't in a good spot right now. Not in a good spot right now. That is the truth right there. Alright, we turned off the engines, so those aren't using water anymore. And the only thing that I have at this point that uses water is plants, plus what we're drinking. Alright, time for a little calculational stuff. All right, so we have 58 times 2.1. Okay, we're drinking 121.8 a day. Then we times that by, let's go 9. I need 1,000 water to survive this. I need almost 1,100 water to survive what we're at right now. So in that aspect, we are definitely kind of in an uh-oh moment. And I have enough food. We have enough storage for that. I would prefer rebuilding water, that, and then just kind of going with the flow on this. If I need to, I can play you. That gives us what we need there. Yeah, I need about 1,100 water to survive on what we currently have. So if we can get to like 900-ish or whatever, I think we'd be okay. And stay at 900 or so for a day and a half or so. But then, yeah, once we get all this stuff built, then we'll be able to detonate all this and then move in there. That's good. I like the way that's looking. Mangrove fruit still looking pretty good. It's always one thing or another. All right. Good deal, good deal, good deal. All right, 900 water. I think we're okay at this point. To just have these three pumpers, one. Yeah, I think we're okay at this point. Let's look at what we got. We got 59 times 2.1 times 6, 700 water. So that leaves us with 200 extra. So at this point, we are good to go. And I can pause you. That's if the math is correct. There we go. All right, we got 5 days. 5 days to finish this. Or else we're going to have some bigger problems. That will be no joke. How are we doing on metal? Alright. Yep. I'm not freaking out. We're good to go. Life is good. And it's going to pause here for a second. There we go. Good job. Alright. Cool beans. Yeah, I think building this thing 3 up is definitely going to give us just the right amount of water that we need to actually be able to sustain these longer droughts. And the only way that we're going to be able to test it is by actually going through one of the longer droughts. And then especially with all this being destroyed, we should be in a good spot. And then when the new update, no, because the new update doesn't do what I want it to do. Yeah. Alright, well, we got one of them built. Yeah, that should then feed that water. That should feed in there. Alright. We got 3 days, 700 water. Everything over here is going to pretty much die, minus right here. This should stay alive, hopefully. But that should be the last time that we have that problem. Play you. Play you. I can then pause that. You got all the trees planted. Your pause, that's great. Pause that. It's crazy being in this kind of position and not freaking out. We have enough food. We have enough food supplies. Minus like a few things like over here needing. Ooh, wait, we have 10 of those. Yeah, we're good there. And then now that's built. And then just so that we're able to actually do what I want to do, we are going to come in like that. And then I will put something like that so we're able to actually do what I need to do. And then we'll put that there so we're actually able to pass over. Actually, I'm gonna probably have to do this. Delete the path, yes. Delete that. And then booyah. And pause both of you. All right, good stuff. Good. And then I gotta manually open this because it's not, I don't think it's gonna work the way we want it to. Alright, so we reached our population. Wood should start going up because we are now done building the dam, but we're going to need planks and all other kinds of junk. And then we have enough extract to come down here, finish this stuff. And then I'm gonna have to build some sort of tree farmer somewhere to be able to destroy. Actually, we're not even gonna call. Those are oaks. We'll figure that out. Might as well. Just, this kind of hurts, but it is a necessary evil. Play that. I don't need you yet because we're not building anything. Bam, that did not take long. All right, good deal. There we go. Everything's growing back. Everything's becoming green again. Everybody's pumping water. Good deal. I want these refilled. Oh, I love it. Look at all that water. Yep. Doing a good job there. And then we got all three of these tankers, which, what does that put us to? 6,000 things of water. If we could fill these up, we would never have a problem with any bad tides or droughts. If we had that much water. That's a lot of water. Oh, that's so much. Oh, it hurts. And that's just so we're able to get down here, finish these TNT pieces. Once we build this last piece, people can come down over here, over there, all that fun jazz, and then we can take care of that. Because now we got the extract, and we should be able to then take care of this. Because that was all we were missing from these TNT pieces was extract. And then now all we need is the hammers. Alright. I need everything. What's the max? Is it 8 days? Before bad tides? Alright, that should give us more room. Why is that happening? There we go. Water mechanics, what can I tell you? Alright, we got 5 more K worth of water to fill. And we got a drought. Alright, how much water could we probably put in 3 days? Maybe 2.5 to 3, which is still leaving a lot to be filled up. Yeah, this is where I wish that the Iron Teeth had a double pump. That would definitely help. The fact that all we have is singles is kind of hurts. If I'm being honest on that one. Let's see if we're done over here. Looks like it. And then we can come in here. Do a bunch of ones. And get these trees destroyed. Then life's looking a little bit better on that aspect. So what I'm thinking we could do is build some sort of platform going out over here, and then take this down to the baseline wherever we're going to have it, and have a couple of batteries over here just to give us that extra boost of whatever power we need. But it looks like right now we're going to build this out and at least get that set up. Come over here, do some I don't think we could do that. If we did this, and we built this, come on. Something like that. I mean, I was pretty close. 2.8. Alright, and then we have a 26-day drought, so that'll kind of give us an idea of how well this maintains our problems. And then if we can start getting a little bit more extract, then I'm not going to have an issue of doing these, because we need 5 berries and 5 extract. And then let's just get that going. Let's elevate that as being fixable. Let's see if building that will help us take care of that. How are we doing on power? We're demanding a buttload, and we do not have a buttload. Might need another. Copy and copy. That gives us 4. Because if they can build this, then we can start tracking at least the top part of it, because they can't build the top part. They can build this top part, but they can't build that top part. Maybe they can. I mean, now isn't the time to actually build. Another one. What if... How tall is that? That's 2. Actually, if we came in like this... And then... There we go. Let's do that. And then we'll build that, and then we'll have them TNT this out. Obviously, these are all future plans and what have you. We're going to have to put a couple of automated sensors over here. I'm going to put that there, and then we're going to put a depth sensor right there, and depth sensor right here. And then tie this, and then the whatchamacallit, the pump over here. Probably need to unlock that. $200 logs. Good night. What's the next one? Let's actually build that right here. I think it'll fit there, right? And then we can get rid of the extra plankage right there. What's the next monument? Okay, this one needs power, which is not my favorite one, but we need to eventually build that. Maybe we can build... Oops, I don't like when I do that. And then we do 3 monuments. Oh, we need... Okay. Right. Get rid of those. Yes. Then come over here to do that. That. And then monument. And then I'll hook up the power from here. And then we got 3 of our monuments built. Well, eventually. Obviously, we're still waiting on a few other parts. But we will eventually have all of our monuments going in various locations. So we have this one, we'll have this one, and then we'll have this one. Almost an overlap, but not fully. There's a little bit of gap there. There's a little bit of a gap here. But for all intents and purposes, and except for over here, you should be able to touch. And then the next one I'm going to want to put somewhere right here, which I feel like would be just the bee's knees there. That would be really cool. I mean, as far as water goes, we're not doing too terribly bad. And then we can get all of this filled in. We'll have, I'm just going to go ahead and do this so we get this taken care of. And then and then let's just get rid of these trees. And then we can build all of this down like that. Probably actually go a lot further. Might build another one over here as we tear this down, or I've been thinking this could also be a spot where we do dirt. It's not the deepest, but we could start here, get a little bit of dirt going, and then obviously that'd help our situation out. But we gotta get this one done, which we just did, and it's in a heavily populated area with housing and stuff like that. They have to go up or down. And then getting this one done is also in another populated area. All the water's over here. This one, not so much. We do have a little bit of farmland that covers it, but nothing too crazy. And then we're about to start building the platforms. Oh, look, we have the oil press going, or at least we have someone being able to do the oil press, more like it. How much, what does this need? That's a lot. But once we get the oil press going and actually making oil, then getting everything as far as food going, because then at that point we're able to do eggplants, we're able to do soybeans, like things start becoming a lot easier as far as like what foods we're able to grow and eat, which then gives them more food diversity and helps everybody out along. And then once we're able to get to a nice smooth spot where we have consistent full stock of water, then I'm going to want to start adding more to it, as far as like then we can get the hydroponic gardens and start growing some algae and mushrooms, and that'll make them also happy. But one, we need a place to put it, and then two, we need to make sure that we actually have the water to deal with that kind of issue. All right. You have to stay there. I think after this drought, I'm going to try to keep the water at a higher level. Obviously it drops. The highest I can keep it at is 1. But that should be okay, and then I can keep this one at a little bit higher as well. Oh, we are making oil. Good news to us. We can pause. That one we can pause as well. Alright, life's looking good. Life is looking real good for us. Let me come down here. Okay, gears. This is fermented. This is kohlrabi's. And put you there. Let me go up, and then 2K, we have it. And then we can do that, which then we can go in and do some TNT in and get that kind of going, which going to suck just a little bit because... And then I'm gonna make this eggplant rations. We can then copy this one right here, and then this can be fermented soybeans. And then that should be able to do that, and then we'll be able to build more into them. Alright, we have 6 days, 2.2k worth of water. We're doing a fabulous job, if I do say so myself. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then we'll go like this. And come in here, do pathways, something like this, hook that up. And then this one, I'm gonna make bolts. Good on you, mate. I like it. Alright, we got 2 more platforms to build. 30 metal blocks a piece. That's probably why that's tearing our metal apart. So that's 60. That's more than enough. And then each one of those impenetrable floors is 1. Yeah, once we get all this done, it shouldn't tear us too bad. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a dip on that, but I think we should be okay overall. I mean, our corn rations are definitely taking a hit. Oh, it hurts.
grip, I made it fall. Bad bitch, she tryna feel it, let me low. You want a feature, I can get your ass alone. Blowing on my phone, baby, let me low. With the flow. Chop it down, step my hip. My word is moving, it's a good function moving. But she did it for it now. On top on my own, I might send her how she hit her hella no sushi. No, I'm finna blow, did it on my own. Yeah, and I social, I can really stand this people. Some motherfuckers got my size of the ego. I'm making hits, I be precise after the needle. Put on the new YB, and be sure that shit up. About sipping on the floor, I'm big apartment. Thank God we on the better days, we done the party. Fuck, since they a kid, I brought me hard. Got me up the shorty, but she stick on me, she solid. I can fuck with purpose off.
All right. Sorry. Just wanted to take a break. Chill, you know what I'm saying? You guys can see what I'm doing. I've already kind of laid the foundation of what I'm doing. So we're working on this. Obviously, we're going to take this down one level so that we're able to then grow trees this way. If I have to put another planter in over here, then we will, but we should be able to reach a pretty good distance. And then I'm also going to start collecting dirt eventually. We have to wait for that to get built, but it's going to take a few pieces, but everything else we have in stock, so shouldn't be too big of a problem. Still waiting on this to kind of get to I would say an appropriate level so it can handle the output that's going to be coming in. Once we start using a few of the treated planks, I will play the tapper shack again so we can get those being collected and taken care of, because, you know, that's always important. And then this is pretty much done. Once we build this, we are done. And then actually I'm going to put this down to 0.9, which would then fill up this whole hole. And then we'll put, once we get this area TNT'd out, we will then fill this up. We'll start using this to fill it up, but it'll probably wait until at least we're in a, you know, flowing water stage. Because we got a bunch of other things that these guys are going to be building and working on, so which is going to require planks and all kinds of other junk, so we might as well get that going. I'm going to make this planks just so that we have that available to us. I'm not worried about this because we have now started to surpass everything that we could ever hope and dream for as far as that is concerned. I'm about to have to boost up the population so that we can handle what we're about to start doing over here. And then we'll boost it up so we can handle this, and then all this should be fine. Food has never been a problem. Could try doing, once we get dirt, why I built this plankage is because I'm going to put another one on this side. But obviously I gotta get my engine set up so that we're actually being able to transfer power into this pump so we can then pump it over, and then when that's done it will then divert power to the other side. I'm going to use this area right here to kind of house a little bit of water. It shouldn't be that big of a problem, but we will use that. Doesn't help me out as much. Oh, it pauses during a bad tide. But once we get this other engine set up, which we're in the process of building, then we'll be able to probably power the corn rations machine. I'm going to have to build another one for the yeah, I'm going to have to build another one for the eggplants. What other? Oh, and then algae, we're not in a huge rush, but that'll be another issue. But yeah, I'm trying to get everything on here built obviously they're going to come over here, build this, which is going to take us a minute because we're 200 short of the metal blocks, which is obviously going to take us a minute, but the gears and the treated planks were more than adequate enough to handle that kind of scenario. Once they start building it, it's just our metal isn't exactly where we want it to be. And I think I only have one metal factory, which could also play a part in our problems. So let's come over here. And then if we did 3, that should work. And then we can come over here. Actually, I don't need that one. And then what's up? How's it going? Then we can put metal over here. If we can then duplicate that and then put that. And then that'll be a functioning source. Yeah, something like that. Alright, and then they'll help us with this, because then this would be getting metal. They'll dual metal it up, so then this can bounce back up just a smidgen. It looks like all this got built, so take care of that. Can we get this at a little bit higher priority so those can go away? How are we doing on canola? Not bad. We actually have no corn rations now. Slight problem there. Once this gets destroyed, I'm probably going to build an overhang. Where are those up? That's a 4x4. I probably have to build 2 of these. And we'd probably build it right here and try to go all the way out. So this whole strip would be overhangs. And then we'll be able to put our engines. Hopefully we can put 2, if not 3 engines right there. Alright, that's looking good. Have we started building this? No, we haven't. Have we started building that? No, we haven't. I know we have builders. Oh, we're doing the TNT. How much TNT do we got? 24. That's not necessarily a lot, but I disagree with that statement. Yeah, I disagree with that. All right, and then we're doing good jobs there. I can now pause both of you guys again. We're almost full on logs again. Sorry, thought I was gonna sneeze. Didn't happen. All right. The fact that we still have this much water after 18 days, not doing a bad job. Not doing a bad job at all. Might need to start boosting up. Let's go to 65. Eventually, we're going to do a tube-way system. It's just not at that current point yet. We're still trying to get our metal reserves down. Obviously, our wood reserves are going great, along with all of the everything that we need wood for. It's just I need... Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Let's get this built so then I can actually use this engine. That'd give me 4 engines. That'd be 1200 power just by that alone. And that should give me an X. No, it won't give me an XS. But I'll be a little bit closer to what I need. So, all right. For the time being, I'm gonna pause you and pause you, because I need the TNT activated. I also need to build the water pump. And then I need TNT. How are we doing? We're doing really bad on TNT. Right now we can pause that to give us a little bit of extra boost. I will boost that up to 4. Might as well. Alright, and then now we have engine power 1200, 13, 14, and now we're doing a good job. And then now we can run the corn rations, which is what we kind of wanted to do in the whole first get up anyway. Not doing too hot on this. I need 700 power. I gotta come over here like this, do something like that. You can ask me why I'm doing it that way. It's because, yeah, that makes sense. Because then it leaves that one spot open if need be. And then we can come across here like that. Power. At least get that going. Let's drop the last little bit here so we can be done with this. And then I'm gonna path this out. First I gotta make sure that we aren't going to go inside this cave, which it looks like we're going to be good on. So that's 1, 2, 3. All right, so we're gonna have to do this twice. And then TNT that one, 2, 2. And then we'll have to do 3s again over there. And then oh, I can't because of stupid stuff. All right. I do a 3 and a 1. No. Oh, I can't even do that. Well, this isn't annoying. Oh. There we go. Hopefully that fixes itself. Oops. All right. Doing what we need to do over there. High priority that. Alright, corn's on the uprise. Hopefully that will... I don't know why that was paused. Destroy that. All right, maybe how we do this, how we do this. Not necessarily something I want to do, but we do that and then come across like this. Then at least we're able to get down here, get some of this going, and then figure that out from there. All right, we just need 40 more of those little bolts. Oh, they get in from right there. All right. And that whole section is covered. Good job on us on that. And then come over here. Finish that up. Alright, and then I'm gonna place this at a lower priority because this does not matter to me. And then we can also place that one on a low priority because that's not important to me. I want to get these kind of done. I want to get this done, which is going to be slow and steady. When's the race here? If we wanted to, and put 2 there. And then delete that. Then come over here. And then get that going. Well-being, let's put one of those down. Hey, and we're about to max out for the first time ever on water. Actually, that's probably not true, but it's the first time we're going to max out on this much water. Which is going to give us less problems down the road. And then once we get this going, that's going to help out. just to kind of get everything covered. Yeah, we're kind of having to direct everybody to make sure they do what they need to do. And how much water is that? I mean, we're about 600 shy of it, but I can deal with that. And then we get this square taken care of. Yeah. This has just been one of those long processes to get all of our things going. It's not that we don't have the beavers for it, because we very much do. Alright. 7, I'd assume it was a 17. Sorry. 17-day drought. We're gonna need this because we're going up in population. They'll at least give us somewhere to grow. There we go. How are we doing on TNT? We're doing really bad. Yeah, I want to get this taken care of. We'll get this destroyed. And then once this is destroyed, then I can destroy all of this stuff and we can start focusing on other things. Because then I'll be able to actually have this and then pumping water and all that other stuff. And eventually what we will do is we'll come up here, connect it to this, and then stream it down here. So like the whole system connects to one another. How much? Dang, 52. 5200 power. That's what I'm talking about. Corn's on the way up. Yeah. We're just trying to take care of this. All of it. We just need explosives. That's what we need. And then we're probably having people on the inside work on this, because I do have... We did start building this a couple of cycles ago, where we're trying to go in here and take care of this, but... Obviously, we have bigger fishes to fry at this current point in time, and so that's kind of what we're focusing on right now. Alright, I need about 30 more. I will put you at a medium priority, just so we're starting to make some bolts, would be very helpful. And then I want to start shaving down this mountain a little bit, so we're actually able to do something up here. I mean, I can build a path right here, and we can go over here and do something, and oh, there's my jam. This is the jam of the jammy jams. Oh, my back. Alright, so trying to get all this TNT in here. Trying to get rid of all of this. Alright, so I need to go one in. Oh no. Let's try that. And then we're gonna have to do a couple of them because this isn't going to fit where I want it to. See, we're still crossing over that one, and now we're clear, but it's on the edge, so obviously that presents problems. Alright, I need to go over one. So that will be 2. And then we might be able to. Might be able to then. I think it's this one. And then we could do an engine right there. And then if I did this correctly, not that one. There we go. And I don't think, I mean, I might be able to put another one. I don't think I will. That's not really what I wanted to do. And then we could go something like that. Oh, so close. We might be able to do something over here, because I'd have to put a gap in and then we could do something. What we can do is delete these, because now we can walk out this way. And then power. And I'm going to do this just because it created problems last time. And then power. I'm gonna put a clutch right here. And then something like that. And then that way we can engage and turn off as need be. And then obviously I don't need these. And then we can destroy that. And destroy this one. We have a 26-day, which probably means we had a 30-day drought. And then we don't need you working. Let's look at our power situation. Okay, we're able to supply 100%, so we're in a good situation. And then this is going to continue up here, and then we'll connect to this one. And then we'll probably have to put a couple more engines in. And then what we could do is this. I'm gonna put that like that for the time being. We're gonna go to power right here, just like I wanted it. And then we'll go to stairs. And then we can get rid of these two extra ones. And then I can't fit one in here because of that. But then this connects up the way we want it to. And then they're going to start already building that, which good for them. How are we doing on all of that? I am going to end up putting we'll put that there, and then I'm going to do a power meter into there for these two. And then that should work out, hopefully. And we don't have anything to make metal, so it's kind of important that we get this one built. I'm not worried about the stairs right now. We can deal with that at a later date and time, but getting this kind of set up, that's important. For the time being, we're going to pause this. And then we're going to slowly start building this out, get all of this set up, because I do want to put something to cook the fermented soybeans. And then copy. Since that doesn't cost you anything. I don't know why my mouse does that. Okay, now we're collecting that stuff again. Actually, we're gonna copy and paste this 3 more times, get that going. And prioritize that so at least we can tear down this pretty quickly. And there's a good chance to kind of see what our water reservoir will hold up. I mean, we should be doing pretty okay if I'm being honest. But I need to work on my automation for the water pumps. I mean, right now I only have these 2 guys in here, so that's not exactly the worst thing. And then when engine starts, then we'll have that going. And yeah, obviously this is going to take a minute. I wish we could go a little bit faster, but life isn't that way. Alright, so I want to then automate this. And I wish we could supply some sort of power to this thing and then just kind of get it going. Let's just do this. Alright, that's even with the ground. And then I should be able to get over here. And power. Ouch. So close. And then Okay, so I'm on a high priority that. We're going to medium priority that. And then medium priority all of this. And we should be able to build most of this just by reach, I think. Ouch. Alright, so then we'll be able to reach everything. They'll be able to reach from underneath that if need be. And come over here to make this just a little bit easier. And then I'm actually going to put power to right here. A builder's hut. That would help at this current point in time, having that there. And then have, nope. Copy settings, like that. And then they can reach it from here, which is great. And then if I need to, then we can high priority all of this stuff. So at least we have somewhat of some power going through here. And then hopefully we can fill this up to kind of get an idea of what kind of water we're going to be dealing with. Obviously that won't happen until fluid water. That won't happen until this is over, but if we can get this built, at least at that point, we're in a much better spot than if we didn't have it built. And then we're working probably on the soybeans to some degree. We're still waiting on TNT because we have this whole field to do, but we're closer. We're a lot closer. That's a good thing. Alright, that's all connected. I'm then going to elevate that. I would like to get this built, but it's not my main priority at this current point in time. I would prefer to get all of this attached, so then everything kind of has a nice, unique flow to it, and we're all, you know, working in the same kind of piece. And then I'm gonna try and either over here or over here to make another TNT thing, because we're hurting on TNT in a bad way. All right, we have enough power to do this. We have enough oil. I think I set this up the way I want it to, and then once these are done, then we should be in a good spot. And I might end up hooking this all up together. But I wanted this relay because I want to see if hooking this in there, like, I'm just playing around with some ideas is basically what I'm trying to get at here. Storage, we can come over here. Soybeans and fermented soybeans. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Slowly but surely we're getting it. Slowly but surely we are getting it. All right, I want to see this come to fruition before we're done here. We're collecting, yes, we got plenty. Ooh, metal took a huge dip. Youchoo mama. Yeah, we're gonna have to get on top of that. It's probably because of all these other metal pieces that we've been building, but hopefully we'll be able to start growing trees, taking care of this a little bit better. Obviously we have a lot of trees, but we're about to start having to boost up plankage. I want to make sure that we have trees available to us. We're going to get dirt. We're boosting up our ability to actually come over here and start taking care of some metal pieces, which looks like we're doing a pretty good job. Oh, I'm already going up there, so we're good there. I want to just put some of these together. Obviously, we have way more than I need of metal workers, but if we can get some of this stuff taken care of and out of there, then we'll be in a much better spot. $5,000, 9 days. We have sufficiently, I would say, answered our water problem, and as long as we stay where we're at, we should be good as far as dealing with staying above the line. I'm probably going to have to pause some of our metal workers just because we have a buttload of them and I don't need that many, but it was just more to boost this up and get this kind of populated again. Yep, there we go. So technically we only have one missing worker because this is 8 right here. So that's not the worst thing ever. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I need 11 pieces of TNT. And then we'll be playing with fire at that point. And then if we can get this TNT'd up, then I'd be okay, because then we're going to come down here. I'll put another oil press in over here just to make sure that we're covering it. It looks like we're doing a pretty decent job as is, but I want to make sure that we're taking care of that. Oh. And then once this gets taken care of, I'm gonna draw this TNT up over here, or I'm gonna draw this line up over here, so we don't necessarily have to use this in order to fill this up. This would just be kind of a last resort type thing going on here. Make sure those get taken care of. I'm doing a really good job of that. Let's get a few more of you. And then I'm actually going to go up one on those. Oh, we're so close, ladies and gents. We're so close. And then we're about to run out of water here. Pause both of you. Just so we can get, hopefully, this to last 5 days. It may or may not, but fingers crossed. And then hopefully the game likes us enough to where we can actually rebuild what we've lost, and everybody's happy with that. It's kind of where we're going with that. Dang, we filled that up fast. Corn. This guy go back to corn? Oh, we don't have a guy. That's not what I want. All right, 3 more. And then we can leave our TNT dude the heck alone. And he would probably be very happy with that. Dude's been making TNT for like the last 6 cycles. And we've had like at least 15-day droughts. or bad tides, whatever. All right, so slight problem that I'm starting to see is I think I'm gonna have to build off into here and add more storage for water and more pumps, because we're at 3.7 and we've pretty much dropped a little over 2k. I would say it's probably closer. We're getting really close to 3. So I mean, it's not the worst thing that's happened to us, and like obviously a few of these days are when the water's flowing, so we're good there. But actually, we're gonna pause this. I didn't want that. And then disarm that one, arm that one, arm that one, arm that one, arm that one. All right, destroy that. All right, we need a few more pieces of TNT. And then we can fast time this. A few more pieces of TNT, but like I said, I'm trying to get it to where we don't necessarily have to use the power. This is more of a just in case measure to keep everything green over here. And then we'll have these 2 engines just in case. They'll also help power everything. Actually they won't, because we put the clutch on this side, which I'm just gonna make that engaged. Supply, we are hurting probably because of this one, I would assume. I could be wrong. $2.5 days for water. All right, we get this done, then water will flow in through here, and then we'll be a-okay. Alright, well, that looks pretty amazing, not gonna lie. We got this area, like it's all connected so that we're able to do this just in case, and then this should stay hydrated. It's big enough. We got a couple of cubes that help reach a little bit further, and then once we get this built, we should be a-okay. What's up, upside down world? Alright, population, let's hit this, and then let's go 75. So we can start at least generating a little bit and kind of offsetting that. Yeah, probably population's a problem. Alright, and then metal, we're working on diligently. If we can get this going. Oh my gosh, each of those are 100 and we're building 2 of them. Oh, no. Or at least we got that going for us. Alright, we should be able to bounce back from this being a like our water being, I say a problem, but we should bounce back from that pretty quickly. Oh, my back. Alright, how are we doing? 10 jobs. That's probably, if I pause you, that's 6, and then I pause you, it's 2. Have we started building in our cave yet? Hey, we have. Congratulations, us. Not sure how you got there, but you know, whatever. Oh yeah, we need TNT in here as well to do these. But we will get all the planks back from this. I'm just trying to make this bigger so we can operate a little bit better. And then once this is built, obviously we're gonna have to put the TNT in here to drop it 1 level, and then we should be able to build a couple of more storage units in there. And then we're probably going to have to start some sort of wood not distribution center, but holding wood over here as well. Because once all this gets built, that's going to be a lot of trees. I can pause this, get that taken care of. And now we're up here, and then we get this stuff built, which we're struggling with on metal. We'll start collecting dirt here in a pretty quick second. All right. Oh, and we started to build this. Alright, gears we're all set on. Treated planks, very good. We're going to need to rebound on that one in a minute. Monuments. I want to unlock this one. And pause that for the duration so we can get other things powered and moving, because that's also important. Oh, this is going to be so many logs. We can kick that down to 1. Yeah, we're producing it and making it, but at the same time, it's not necessarily a lot. And then we have 4 of those. I'm gonna pause. These. Alright, this one just had it, so there's no reason to actually do that one. That one still has one in the chamber. That one has one in the chamber. I guess I can get in a better viewpoint. That one has one in the chamber. Alright, so these 2 released. We will take care of those. We now have 6 new jobs. I'll play you. We'll pause. We'll hold off on that one for a minute. Alright. Do they make depth gauges anymore? I don't think they do. Alright, swimming pool. I need to figure out where we can put one of these. I would assume over here. We can dam this piece up, start TNTing some of this so we can get some of this stuff going, like showers and what have you. But I need to get my metal up. We have things that are going to be requiring metal. That's not what I wanted. And we'll path that out. Construction site. Let's get this one going. Now that these are all placed, I can pause you and pause that one. We'll get these trees built. And then we should be pretty much good to go. We'll do 8.5 because I think it will still flow into this. How much power are we producing? 19. Alright, we have a little bit of extra. No, we don't. no extra power. Alright, so we are going to need, if I need to get this built so we can get the extra stuff. What are we building? We're probably waiting on metal for that. That's already built. I mean, the only things that we got going on right now is this, which also needs metal. Also needs metal. A lot of metal pieces going around here. All right. And then he'll plant all of those just so we can get a little bit of a fast turnaround on those. Oh, look at that. All right, so we do have this going. What I don't want. One time, enter now 1 time speed. All right, I need that one. That one is needed. That one is not. Those aren't needed. Let's get that built so at least this engine can help us with the overall building of everything else. And then once this one gets attached, then we're good to go. Oh, let's go 3 times speed. Alright, I'm going to try to get out of the... Actually, I'm not going to try. I'm going to do. We're going to get out of this bad tide. Or not bad tide, drought. And then we're going to call it a good day there. Up 1. And then yes. And then let's take care of all this so at least we can get some of that back to help us out with whatever else we're doing down here. Let's pat this out. Alright, we still have our pathway. Yeah, trying to make this our little storage unit kind of thing. I feel like maybe that's why it was here. I'm not really quite sure, but it's out of the way. You don't have to worry about it. All that fun jazz. Not that these are really in our way, but having them in here would definitely help us in that kind of situation. And as our planks go way back up, all right. Pause you. This looks very cool. Let's get rid of that one so we can at least get rid of these 19 pieces. Do we have a place for it? We absolutely do. Yep. All right, we are working on the ferry planks. Once we get over here, obviously we're working on digging the hole. That to me is more important, so we can put storage in there, get that kind of set up and going. How much power are we getting now? 27, and it still is enough. All right, good deal there. And then we have a chronometer. Obviously, when the workday ends, the engines shut off. Not that they run anyway, but it's more of just nothing's turning on without it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I went with that. All right, looking good, looking good. Have a nice healthy supply down here. This is now full, which is what we wanted. We're able to cook eggplants now. That's going up, which is also what we wanted. And then once this is done in here, we'll put TNT in there so we can then build the double storage stuff and kind of add maybe some fermented soybeans. And then I'm going to continue building this. That's 3. Do something like that. And that should give us more than enough water to be able to deal with all of our problems that we kind of have. And it's not necessarily a problem, it's more of just I want to keep this at a high number. And then our population's obviously growing, so more beavers, more demand for at least water and food, which food we're pretty well good on because we got about 6,000, almost 7,000 units of materials to use from that. Back up to 7. Come over here. $35 pieces of plankage. Yeah, that'll be very helpful. And then obviously we'll eventually go into here and start printing our own ruins, but that isn't a today thing. That's probably going to be, actually I can guarantee you that's going to be a tomorrow thing. Not necessarily physically tomorrow, but the next stream tomorrow. But I mean, we're doing a pretty good job, I would have to say. We've had a few little instances where life kind of sucks, but we're doing a good job. Well-being. Rooftop terraced. That right there. And then we gotta come over here. Okay, sweet. We can pause, both of you. Wait for the metal to get out of that. All of that's going, so we're able to start tearing that down. Nope, we need 2s. Something like that. Pathway. And bam. Then they'll be able to enjoy that. 3 days, not bad on water. How much power are we producing? I would assume we're probably in like the 2800 range. Which probably means we can start playing this guy. Oh, he's not connected. That would make sense. Alright, we need 30 metal blocks. We have 30. Once this one gets set up, we're good to go. And then now we have trees starting to pop off over here, which means we could end up pausing this over here. Not necessarily all of it, but like the farmer and those planters, and then start coming over here and knocking some of this out. Metal blocks, that's going to hurt when we have to do that. Two days left. 2 whole days. And then once we're able to get all of this down, I'm definitely going to be moving an excavator over here, or a dirt excavator or whatever, to start drilling down some of this area, or using TNT, whatever comes first, just because I don't need this blocked off. Because if we come down quite a few stages, It's just a big giant hole for bad tide that we're not able to pump. There's the Kinder Frog. What's up? Seeing how I'm destroying your map? Alright. Once that gets powered, then we're good there. No. Alright, let's tear it. Actually, that's fine. Yes, that's fine. That just makes this hole just a little bit bigger, and I'm okay with that. Oh, that's always fun. Oh, and the good tide has started. Alright, good deal. Alright, we have the extra pumpers. That's what I needed. I'm trying to figure out if I need all those extra. Yeah. Usually, at least what I've been told, those usually go hand in hand. You really can't have one without the other. Alright, well, unfortunately, hey, quick question. If I wanted to ask you this the other night, but I was like, I'm in my head of trying to figure how to do this out on YouTube. But before I did it, I did want to ask your permission. If I did a map review on your stuff, on your maps, or a creator review, would you be cool with that? And it's going to be honest. I'm not going to say like you suck, because you don't. I enjoy your maps, and other people do. But I wanted to see add some YouTube content to my stuff, and I was like, you know what, doing a map review or a content creator review might be worth watching. So before I did it, I wanted to ask to make sure you were cool with that. But it's honest. It's not going to be like, oh, you're great. Not that I'm saying you're bad. It's going to be honest. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying you're bad, because you're not. I enjoy your maps. Good stuff. But I wanted to see if you were cool with that. So I want to keep working on that. It annoys me to no end trying to do that, because it's out of my wheelhouse of how I do my videos. So, but anyway, I agree with that statement. But anyway, you joined the end of the stream. I'm going to go actually sit on my bed, because I am tired of sitting in my chair. So, I'm going to call it here. I enjoyed it. I'm having a blast. I think we've got probably, maybe, depending on the length of the episode, I think we probably got maybe 2 or 3 more episodes before we call this a game. So I will catch you guys on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your 4th. If that entails blowing up fireworks and all that other stuff, I don't really enjoy fireworks, but you know what? It's up to you. You know, if you enjoy it, have fun doing it. Just don't blow up your house.
shake, shake.